Hello, good morning or good afternoon, everybody. Rainey and I are here because we are reading The Lost World together. Da, 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 da. Obviously, you don't have to be reading this with us if you just want, company while you're getting productive things done. You're at work, you're reading other things. That's totally fine. We're just hanging out trying to get this book done. We probably won't finish it today just because neither one of us is anywhere near it. But we're just going to enjoy the book while we can. And then we might host sprints later in the month. But if not, we'll all just be finishing on our own. But yeah,
I
we're
did
happy.
not know that he also made the TV show ER.
Yes. So he, honestly, he has been around. Like, Michael Crichton was a writer, like an author, but he also wrote, like, for television and film stuff. It's
Okay.
kind of crazy.
Interesting.
Yeah. And it makes sense because he, like, with the whole medical stuff, like, this is why, like, especially with ER, like, that was kind of the show that started
Yeah.
off saying doctor shows should actually include real medical stuff, like real science and everything. And so I remember seeing something where he was one of the main people pushing for that, including, obviously, that's why there's a lot of science-y chat and, like, talking to experts in here. So it's interesting. Yeah, I didn't really watch ER. I think I watched it when it was on reruns, and it was in the morning when I was getting ready for school, which is very weird, but there we are. Hello, Allie. How are you? What are you up to today? Sarah's here too. Got to do some summer school work with the kiddo before taking him to his dad's for the weekend. But I'm reading Heavenly Bodies for the Amazing Readathon, having a good time with it. Awesome.
I'm glad you liked that because I wasn't loving it in the beginning, but the ending was really good for me.
Well, that's right. Yeah, because you know what? I only was remembering when you weren't, vibing with it as much.
No, I
forgot that
liked
you
it
liked
by the end. I can't remember whether I gave it a 3.5 or a 4, but I'm still going to continue on.
Yeah, awesome. Hello, Lexi. Good morning. Hello, Anne. Good morning to you. Also, Kelsey's here. Hello. Hope work is going well. I know you have a lot you got to get done, a lot of monotonous work today. Hello, Julie. Oh my gosh, there's so many more people here on this like random 10 a.m. Friday. I'm so surprised. Still just loving the hair. I know I should have commented on this. I said this in the backstage, but look at that gorgeous hair.
I really needed a haircut. I really did. So
does it feel like lighter? Like you're already like, yes, or is it?
Oh yeah.
How
The
much
only thing
you
that's
actually
annoying,
cut?
what I cut it was like to here. So I cut a good amount.
Yeah. I was gonna say it was a chop.
I mean, yes, but I've done it a lot before. But yes, but what was it? The only thing that's frustrating is like, well, my bangs before didn't have any purpose, and now they do. But now, like, they're continually getting in my face. I mean, they are long enough that I could tuck it behind, but they don't. Like, they're just at the point where they don't stay behind. So it's whatever. But it's also very hard to put myself in a ponytail now. So.
Yeah. Also, like when you're like growing something out, you just have to kind of wait because you gotta trim them to make sure that they're healthy so they keep growing. But it takes a while for them to get in the behind tuck kind of era. So yeah. Also, I just like I live semi near a like military base, and they are doing some testing things. So I'm like hearing the. I'm hearing it. So I hope you guys can't hear it, but it's a little bit loud. Good morning. How are you, Mrs. Z?
That actually makes me laugh. I had a teacher called Mrs. Z, and I was like, it's not you, right?
Like, she's found us. And I always say Mrs. Z. I probably just call her Z at this point. I always feel like I say Mrs. Z. Like, yeah, it is like an adult that is like watching over us. Hello, Callie. Good morning. Finish packing up a Pango order, then heading out as they are doing roof work, and it's loud. They were working on roof until 10 p.m. last night. Oh my gosh, you'd think they would cut off at some point.
Oh yeah, I just got Pango bucks, so I need to spend them soon.
Ooh, I do have a book I gotta send out, but I'm probably not gonna send it until Saturday.
I never know what to get with my Pango bucks.
Yeah, I'm always of two minds where I'm like, either I try to get books that I really enjoyed, but like don't feel the need to buy them brand new, or like a book that I've loved and like I don't know, I don't want like to take too many chances on Pango books. Cause I'm like, if I don't like you, you're going right back on Pango, and it feels weird.
Fair, we know that that's not how Rainey operates. So.
I know we do know that's not how Rainey operates.
I'll buy it before I've read it.
Oh gosh. Good morning, Nikki. Getting ready for the day, picking up the house a bit more. Oh, before my youngest early intervention lady stops by. Yeah, I have to do some tidying up as well today, actually. Hello, Tracy. Reading The Winter Girls by Roger Stellius. And
Okay.
yeah, War and Peace. I saw that you were starting this. Oh my gosh, what a chunker. Good for you. Hello, Squishy. Also, good morning, Julia. Bia's here, joining from the pool on my day. I know you started your vacation. I saw your comment on the mid-year calm down video that I had, and I was like, oh, good for Bia. Good for Bia. 2 weeks off is exactly what I need. Yes.
Oh.
I don't know, Bia, have you finished The Lost World? I know that you were trucking through it and you started it with us on Tuesday. And I imagine you're much further. I'm 35% in. I've got the physical copy and the audio, which has been pretty good. Reading Starling House, nearly done, 75%. Oh, Julie, you might finish it if you are concentrated today. Good morning. How are you, Kiana? Going to start reading The Retirement Plan. Oh, I've thought about reading that. So you're going to have to let me know what you think. Also, you're getting the laundry done, as we all should. Working on An Ember in the Ashes later for Tar. Sounds great. Yes, go Lurky Grace. I know that Bree, our fearless leader, our Loki, she has scheduled to sprint today, but she might not. I don't know if she's.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we'll figure out because there's some other things going on. And so I feel like she was like, I might not be able to. So I think Claire said she might pick it up. So Claire might be hosting. We'll keep you guys posted, especially for those who are really like wanting amazing readathon sprints, because obviously these aren't technically those. Yes, I love the hair. Gorgeous.
Oh.
Yes. Reading a novel written by Wesley Snipes for the Amazing Readathon. It's an urban fantasy novel that feels exactly like the kind of movie he'd star in. I also didn't know he was an author.
Yeah.
Interesting. We'll be reading The Grace Year. Ooh, very nice.
I also do need to finish my Lake Seven book, and I decided since I had the still read a book that doesn't match the prompt one.
Mm-hmm.
I had that. I was like, okay, well, you've been reading Living Legend for Patreon, and you should use that.
Yeah, I have another book.
Unfortunate, because that book is about angels and demons, but you wouldn't know that from the title.
Yeah, the title, it's got to be in the title. I know. I have finished a book that I could always count if I feel like I'm getting stressed. I was talking to Brittany and she was like, well, The Lost World, Celestial Body, like, and I was like,
Oh,
I think it could count. So I was like, that's interesting. And then I had the book I originally planned for this leg, but it's nonfiction. And I'm like, Leandra, you're not gonna I probably will start it this weekend, but there's no way I would finish it because I don't read nonfiction very fast.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, finished The Dragon Bone Chair. My hold for the Devils yesterday came in. Yes. Oh, and then I do think I'm going to read a bit of Emily Wilde for a palate cleanser. Yes.
Okay.
And I also so I'm trying out Aardvark. We'll see if I stick with it.
Oh, yeah.
But I did get the Devils for the Aardvark box this month. I'm excited for it. Speaking of Emily Wilde, 130 pages left in the second Emily Wilde book. Nice, 10% into.
Try Kitty in the Ninth, but I don't know if that'll actually be a book for me.
What'd you say about Kitty in the Ninth?
I still want to try it, but I don't know if that's actually a book for me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could vibe with it, but it's a lot of there is a lot of info and you just gotta accept it. If you just kind of, the action is very actiony, but it's also quite dense. There's just a lot happening. So yeah, I would recommend maybe immersion reading it if anything. Oh my gosh, I'll be reading Gideon the Ninth and Cackle. It's so funny. You three, Anne, Julia, and Joanna, you guys matched your comments perfectly. We had Emily Wilde, Getting the Ninth.
I do love Cackle though, so I very much approve of that.
Yeah, and on cozy horror, you gotta love it. Witchy stuff. Started First Time Caller just now, but still switch to the Lost World audiobook later when I have to do some chores. I know that Rainey, you really enjoyed.
I did. It was really, really good. I loved it. And I think it is way better than Sleepless in Seattle, because Sleepless in Seattle is actually kind of stalkery if you think about it.
Yeah. No, that Yeah, it is weird. I like it's not that nearby, but it's nearby enough where you like can like hear stuff and
Yeah.
you're aware of it. And sometimes you see like the military trucks and stuff. So yeah, it's there's like an academy nearby too, I think. So I think that's what's going on. Reading, I wish you would. Oh, I wish you would, but they. What it?
Okay.
We're missing part of the comment.
Yeah.
Not a teacher, more of a nickname at this point. Okay, sounds good. Sounds
Okay.
good. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Hello, Ro. My
Sounds
school is
just like
closed.
something a teacher would say, though.
Oh, dun 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 dun. It is true. It's true. My school is closed to our Navy base, and it's close. Why am I saying closed? Can I read today? Probably not. My school is close to our Navy base, and always hear them testing the alarm sirens. They're so creepy sounding. It's true. Yeah. It's way more than tornado sirens. So like we don't have anything regarding like tornadoes or anything like that. So like when we do hear those sounds, we just assume it's like the military base doing their thing.
Yeah.
And it is weird that it just becomes normalized. When I first moved to this area, I was like, what is that? And then everyone's like, you don't know? This is the schedule. So at least it's like we typically know when it's happening, but it is a bit weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, Jen. Reading the 7 Moons of Molly Almeida. Just got coffee. Need to find breakfast. Oh yeah, I had some breakfast and I've got some coffee too.
Okay, this is insane. I'm just gonna say this because I just looked up one book just to see if it was on Pango, and someone is selling a box that the book came in. The box only for $100.
What? What is the box of the book? Like what's the book? Master of Salt and Bone.
But the box. Just I'm like the box? What?
That's so weird. I guess they're like, the artwork, and it's like, but it's on the box.
It's not worth that. I hate people that do that crap. I really do.
Yeah, people in the comments may disagree, but I am that type of person where even like with ARCs, when I see ARCs on Pango, I will email Pango and be like, hey, this account has ARCs on it. And then they'll go and remove them. Yeah, because usually, like, not that it's like illegal or anything, but it's just not good practice. And Pango isn't for it either. Like, Pango doesn't want people selling ARCs either. And so I literally contact them. I'm like, hey, found someone with ARCs. And they're like, thank you so much for letting us know. And then they remove it. And I'm like, I'm not messing.
As they should.
Yeah. So
you don't mess with Leandra.
Truly. It's like, what are you doing? Like, I think that's nuts. Especially because like clearly there's no barcode. Like you clearly can, like it shows that it cannot be sold, and it says it on there that it shouldn't be. So anyway, so those are my opinions. By the way, Leandra, love the calm down tag. Oh, great. I'm glad you're doing it. Oh, if you want more, you know someone else who did the calm down tag recently. This lady with the new haircut.
The mid. It was together.
Yeah, and she did the freak out tag. You're right. So you did do both, which is quite fun.
I did.
Hello, Donna Marie. How are you, Donna? Oh my gosh. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you. I hope you're doing well. Buddy read pages for Does It Hurt? Awesome. Just wanted to drop in, say hi. Thanks more. Just getting over a cold. Oh, I hope you're feeling better.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself. It's summer colds. They definitely are a thing, and they are not fun.
Yeah.
Didn't continue The Lost World. Wanted to continue today, depending on how many sprints you'll do. Should finish it during sprints. Sounds good. Yeah, I don't know how many sprints we're going to do today. I know that Rainey has to duck out in a few hours, and we'll see if I can continue.
That my son is performing today.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all good. Hello, Jen. Hope you're doing well too. Still waking up. Understandable. I mean, you are 3 hours behind us. The cat is snuggled up and purring. That's a great reason not to get up.
I feel so bad about my little cat. She like follows us around, and we don't always see her because she's so little. And I went to go put in the laundry, and I kind of flew. She flew because my foot like went under her foot, and she like flew and did a couple flips in the air.
No.
And then she ran away, and she wouldn't let me touch her. And finally, I picked her up, and I was like, "I'm so sorry." And she was like, "Okay," but I was like, "Oh my gosh."
She's probably like, I live in an insane household.
It was such an accident. I just literally turned my foot, and it was like, whoop, off goes the key.
Be like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, kitty. And she's like, this is my life.
Stop sitting right by my feet. I don't always see her because she's so little.
Mm-hmm. A couple miles from the army fort, we can hear the bugle call in the mornings. Yeah, so I would say like I'm about 45 an hour away, so I'm really not that close, but close enough where obviously sound travels, which is kind of crazy. Also, the army fort that has a lot of NSA stuff. Ooh. House of Leaves was awesome. I recommend tabs and reading guides and tips to navigate the book easier. Oh my
I
gosh.
don't know if I can ever do that book, to be honest.
I know. It's one
That
day I
seems
might
a
try
little too hard for me.
it. My time. Reading Evil Under the Sun. Ah, Bia, yes.
Okay.
I have actually, this is an Agatha Christie I've never actually read before.
Oh.
Though. Or for Only Christie in the book club, I offered it for this coming month in July, but it looks like Death on the Nile is going to win, and I'm also happy with that.
I may or may not have voted for that.
Honestly, a lot of people did. It makes sense. It's a perfect summer read, to be completely. I mean, so is Evil Under the Sun. Both of them would work, but Death on the Nile is really fun, and we'll watch the movies after. Also opened my fridge. Remembered I pulled 5 gallons of tomatoes out of the freezer from the end of the season last year, and now I need to process those. Well, I'm glad you remembered. That would have been really stressful.
Tomatoes.
That's what I think about You've Got Mail. Loved it when I was younger, but now it's creepy.
I've never seen that.
Gaslighting.
That's the last one that I haven't seen. But yeah, I hadn't seen Sleepless in Seattle either. The only one I've seen is When Harry Met Sally, and you're not going to convince me that that book's bad, because it's not, or that movie's bad. But yeah, I was watching it and I was just like, she literally doesn't know this man, and then at the end he just like goes off with her. I'm like, you guys don't know each other. Like,
yeah, what? There were some weird movies at one point where we accept them, like obviously as they were at the time, and now you're like, that wouldn't work today. Maybe it would, and we would just accept
I highly doubt that. And that your son just gets on a, I'm like, at his
the
age,
thing is though, if you see some movies today, you're still like, what are we doing here? Like, I feel like movies just always, it's because it's so compact. It's like an hour and a half, 2 hours max to like have an entire life, have a relationship. It's always going to be, something's going to be wrong. It's going to be weird because you can't, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. My husband's hosts, host trivia. And I always played as Mrs. Z. We had just gotten married. Oh, that's so cute. That is cute. Oh, I love that backstory. So yeah, the box. It's an expensive box.
I'm telling you, it's an expensive ass box.
And also, no worries, a book nook. It's totally fine. Like, sometimes YouTube's also screwy, so it's not just you. Watched already. Loved the combo, Rainy. Yes, for the freak out.
Glad you liked it.
Hello, Patricia. You were just in time because we're about to start a first sprint, actually. Sunlight by Devney Perry for like 7. Delighted that I'm at the weekend. Oh my gosh, I know, me too. I'm so happy it's Friday. Literally says that the box is not for sale. It does. People on Ping. So even the box, it says. Or it says the book. Just kidding. Sorry.
No,
I can't read. I can't read today. What's going on? It says the book is not for sale. Exactly. That's my point with ARCs. So I report everything.
I would report that and be like, they're selling a box.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm glad things have been well, Donna. But yeah, that'd be so funny if they said like the box is not for sale, because it's like they knew people would try to sell that. But yeah, no ARCs. I'm like, no. I don't know about other countries, but France tests catastrophe sirens every month. It's pretty creepy to hear them. And as long as like, you know, like I feel like obviously if you know that it happens, you're like, okay, this is clearly not, you know, any type of emergency. I'm sure tourists might be alarmed if they don't know that. That kind of is the one thing to keep in mind. When I see ARCs on Pango, I message the seller and inform them just in case they might not know, and then contact Pango if they still try and sell it. Yeah, no, I've definitely done that. I've contacted sellers and they always ignore me. I have never received any response from a seller when I contact them, and I usually give them like a handful of days, and then I just like go through their entire listing and I'm like, here are all of the books that they're trying to sell. So, oh well. House of Leaves.
Give them a chance, but
yeah, gotta give them a chance. But it literally, your readers, it says do not sell. If you're getting physical ARCs, you should know. Like, I feel like because it says it everywhere. Like, this is not for sale. But, you know, you're doing a Patreon readathon in July. I am. It's called Camp TBR-a-thon. So it's based kind of similar, the idea of TBR-a-thon in January.
And I feel bad because I forgot about that. So I'm also doing one.
I know. Well, you're doing one. Brittany's doing one. It's the middle of the year. I feel like this is the time, like the middle of summer. A lot of people do it.
The one with the readathon.
Yeah, mine's gonna be super chill though this year. Last year I did a like choose your own murder adventure where you went to camp and you had to make decisions, and then by the end there was the reveal on whether you were like killed by the
Oh
murderer.
yeah, I remember that. It was fun though.
Yeah. So I'm like, if people want to, all of that info is still there. They can do it, they can do it this summer. Whereas like for the chill people, I'm going to do more kind of like almost game stuff. Like I'm going to do a bingo.
Yeah.
My friend and I always called radio stations when we were younger, hoping to get put on air. That was normal at the time. Oh, that's right. Like trying to get on the air. You kind of just have to buy into exactly. Like the thing is, the entire idea is like you just have to buy into it.
Yeah, I know.
Kirsten, hello.
Oh,
How are you?
I'm like, I think you saw my comment in the. I'm not gonna say it here, but in the chat about all the mid-year freakouts for us.
Yes, everyone's mum about certain things. I know, I'm excited.
I was like, okay.
Yes. Also, Kirsten, I just recorded before, and we will get into a sprint because we've been chatting for 20 minutes. But I just recorded my intro to my Relax and Readathon vlog that I'm going to be doing this weekend.
Oh, do you want to do it?
Yeah, for those who don't know, this weekend, Kirsten is hosting her Relax and Readathon, which is every other month. So we've got this month, this weekend. It's 24 hours. She's starting it on Sunday, doing it all day Sunday for herself. I'm probably technically going to do it Saturday through Sunday for myself. But there's a game board. You're meandering. It's really beautiful, super lush, really all about taking care of yourself. So for those interested, check out Kirsten, the reading nymph. You all know her, so I feel like I'm just introducing someone that we all know, but still, join us. It's going to be super fun. Yay! Yes, I know. I honestly, it comes at the perfect time. It always comes at the perfect time when I'm feeling stressed, when I'm feeling kind of like out of it and in a funk. So I'm grateful because this past weekend and like the past couple of days, I've just been like not feeling it. And so, yeah, I need a mental health break. So I'm really excited about it. Maybe I'll try someday, Tracy. Definitely would use a guide, like you mentioned. Yeah, for House of Leaves. I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, on that note, we are going to go into our first sprint. It's going to be an hour to make up for the chattiness. And we'll see everybody then. Happy sprinting. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I see that Bree joined us, and Bree is actually live right now. She's hosting the amazing readathon sprints. So, for those who want to be a part of that, make sure you go hang out, say hello to her. And then we also have Eloise here hanging out. Oh my gosh, my internet just popped out for a second. You guys disappeared.
Well, I disappeared because I went to turn my Bluetooth off, and I guess I turned my Wi-Fi off, and I came back like 20 minutes later, and I was like, ah!
I saw that you were gone, and I was like, I don't know what happened.
No.
It is what it is. No reading, but got paperwork done.
Nice.
Talking with mom. That sounds great. Decided to read Mad Honey by Jodi
Ooh, I do
Picoult
need to read that.
instead of Seven Moons because only have a few days left on my Libby hold. 19%. Hello to Neil.
Oh, wait. We didn't say what we were doing.
No. I'm just getting through the hellos first, and then I'm going to let people know what we're up to. Yeah. On lunch break and reading One Girl in All the World. Yes, to Neil. I'm so happy for you. This one's my favorite in the series, I think. That's the second book. Good morning. Hello, Louisina. I hope you're doing well, too. Yes, we love the haircut for Rainy.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, we've gotten through the hellos. I ended up getting, I think, 40-ish% through my book. I'm at the fourth configuration.
Oh, wait, what page are you on? Like, I know it's not the same, but
for me, I'm on page 175.
Wow, you are crushing it.
I'm almost, I'll say like, I think halfway for me is like 210. So I'm like 30 pages away from, I'm 30 pages away from being halfway.
Okay, well, I'm on page 56. I am one chapter away from the second configuration.
All right. You're 2 configurations away from me. That's all right.
Yes.
Also, I'm like 3.
Levine, was he in the movie or no?
No. That's the thing. So Levine, the thing is the movie is so different from the book. It's kind of insane. I think like, let me see here. I guess I don't think Levine really existed. He kind of straddles, his perspective straddles the, Jeff Goldblum's group, but also the bad people, because he's kind of just doing it for research and he's kind of selfish and puts other people in danger. Because the entire reason he also was kind of taken up by Sarah Harding's character, because the reason why Jeff Goldblum finally said, yes, we're going to go to this island was to, like, quote unquote, rescue Sarah. Yeah. And yet, like, instead they're rescuing Levine.
Yeah.
Like, it's completely different from the movie. I think it's better. I think that the book is designed to make a bit more sense. Yeah. And once Sarah's character is in the mix, she's such a better character than in the movie. But Levine and Eddie and Thorne, those 2 characters, they were combined into, I think, Eddie's character in the movie.
Yeah.
Like the kind of semi-bald guy who is the tech whiz.
Yeah.
His 2 characters came together. The 2 kids obviously came together as one child. So it's kind of interesting. They consolidated a lot in the movie compared to the book.
Interesting. And then what did I also do? I also got a lot of cleaning done. If you hear my dryer going crazy right now, it's because it's probably unloaded correctly. But what was it? Oh, and then basically all the books that I had on sale on Pango and a lot that I didn't, I'm like, they've been there a month. It's time to take them to Second and Charles. So I'm going to drop them off on my way to Circus, because it normally takes them a good hour to 2 to sort through them. So then hopefully by the time the Circus show is over, I can go pick up. And I normally will do store credit because they give me double, but I might just do cash this time. I don't know.
Second and Charles, they just don't give that much. They do, but they also don't. Like obviously they're a good like resource, but I just wish that they gave more for your books, because I feel like they really didn't.
But I could make more on Pango, but they've been sitting there.
No. I agree. It's worth it to just get rid of them, but it's frustrating that they don't.
Money. It just depends. Like at the lowest, like if I was just to do cash, the lowest I've ever been offered is like 16, but then the most I've ever been offered was like 90, not for cash, but for store credit, which is 45 in cash. Which is
yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, it's still money. It's still good, but and obviously Pango, we know it's better and it's good to just get the books out. But I'm always frustrated with like trying to sell my stuff to bookstores because I'm like, I get that they're making a profit too, but I'm like, this is not worth
yeah,
it.
I was listening, and then I realized that she had walked off with my keys, and I was like, I need the.
Yeah. Like those are not for you. They're not
I need
toys.
those to drive. I need those to like do most things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, are you sweeping? Thank you so much. That's very helpful, princess. Thank you.
Nice. Doing her own productive work today, you know?
Well, I had to scrub the wall. Oh, I did that too. I had to clean the wall because I guess Dad last night was not paying attention and she drew all over the wall. Although
No.
she was like trying to scrub along with me, but with like a block because she was like, "Oh yeah, this will work." I'm like, "Sure."
Yeah, like okay, sounds good. Joanna read a few chapters of Getting the Nine, switching to Cackle in the next sprint. 85% of Starling House. Meatloaf for lunch.
I'm not a meatloaf girly.
I don't think I've ever I just don't think I've ever had good meatloaf. Like I don't really know. I don't know. I'm sure there are good recipes out there. Switch to the Lost World in the next sprint. Also need to clean because family's visiting. Ooh, family visits while on vacation. Sounds good, Bia. I've been sick all week. No reading's been happening. Finally feeling better today, but think I'm going to play video games instead. Hey, take care of yourself. And also video games, there's a good time to kind of unwind with them. I actually am hoping to play some video games this weekend because I haven't done that in a while. Listen to The Wings of Poppy Pendleton while I work. Started some laundry. Nice. Speaking of laundry. Yes, the haircut looks beautiful. Nice. Light for the summer heat. 39% of Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies. May try to finish it today. It's another migraine day. Won't be doing much. I'm so sorry, Anne. Oh goodness. I can attest. I think this week there was a day where I had a headache all day and it's not a migraine, but I just had a headache. I went to bed, woke up with the headache and I was like, okay, I'm officially taking some pain medicine because this is getting over 24 hours. And then I was fine. And I was like, okay. Finally have a used bookstore, but it's small. Maximum trade is $1.50 per book. That's for like a new condition hardback. Yeah, exactly. Which averages $42 retail in Canada. That's like, see, that's what I found. I feel as though depending on the book, it all depends, obviously. But a lot of times, like $1 or $2, I'm like, I might as well. And that's why I don't sell books on Pango for like an arm and a leg. Like I'll usually sell them for like maybe $5 max, depending on the title. And then I get 4. And I'm like, this is still like double what I would get from a bookstore. So I'm like, I might as like, so that's why usually my Pango store is only like $5 a book max. I sold a book today or the other day and I sold it for $1. I'm like,
that's just not worth it to me.
I think it's fine because you're not paying for shipping. That's the thing is I'm like literally like I'm going to get 60 cents for the $1 book, which isn't much, but I'm like, I probably wouldn't be able to sell it at all. Like I probably would get like 25 cents for it elsewhere. So I'm like, whatever. Like
I know it's just sometimes I have to get rid of the books because I have no room for them. Yeah. And I'm like, it's been a month. If you wanted it, should have got it. Although I didn't sell all of them because there are a couple that are out of print that I'm not charging an arm and a leg for, but I'm charging more because it is out of print. And I was like, yeah, that can stay with me.
I mean, I've talked about this before. Sometimes I have to match pricing because I know that there's going to be people out there who are buying it just to resell. Like I had the original cover of A Dowry of Blood.
Oh, I love that cover.
Yeah, and people were selling it for like $75, $100, $125. And I'm like, if I sell this for what I usually sell, which would be like maybe $15 max.
Did you sell it for the expensive one?
Yeah, I sold it for $75 because that was the lowest price. And I'm like, if anything, I'll match the lowest price. And then if someone resells, well, it is what it is. But I was like, I can't sell it to 15 because I can't guarantee that the person buying 15 isn't just going to resell it and I'm like, so I ended up having to give in and sell it for a lot of money. So I obviously made a profit on the book because I bought it back when it was just at the bookstore. But yeah. It is what it is. And the person who I sold it to was really, really excited about it. And so I packaged it really nicely. And they were like, I'm so excited. And I was like, okay, I know you're paying way more than you should, but like at least, yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, better than nothing for sure. 40-ish pages into the retirement plan. It's okay. Comedic and such reminds me of something from the mid 2000s. That's kind of the vibe I got, Kiana, especially just like with the premise, the idea of these like retired couples planning to, I think, isn't it like they're planning to kill each other? I can't really remember, but it gave me that vibe. Hello, Ben. Glad I could drop by before I begin a run of working 25 hours this weekend. Oh my gosh. Good luck. That sounds awful. Take care of yourself. Read The Unexpected Inheritance of Inspector Chopra last sprint.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, I've had that on my radar as well.
Never
I was
heard
actually
that, but excited for you.
You're like, cool, not for me. Actually watching Rainey's freak out cool down tag. Yeah. You know who also did the calm down tag last year? Rainey, or not Rainey, you did, but did you? I don't know if you did last year.
I don't think I did last year because I think I did freak out before you even posted your calm down.
Yeah, I think I met Murphy Napier did, and I'm still like shocked that she did the calm down tag.
Maybe she'll do it again.
Who knows? I mean, she did her freak out in May, so it's quite some distance. She could do it again. Usually won't do anything less than $3. And if it's less than that, I just put it in my little free library that's down the street. Yeah, that makes sense. Like for me, it's just like, I think that it would be more if I spent money elsewhere. Like if I had to like pay for the packaging of it or anything else. Cause then I'm like, yeah, you're right. I'm spending more money to send it, but like everything else I'm doing is free. So
I guess
like,
maybe I should like before just like really lower my prices and then I just will sell books. I don't know.
Or like just lower them to the point where your percentage would be equal to what Second and Charles gives you. But I will say, I mean, Second Charles doubles it, like you said, if it's for store credit. So if you were going to do that, it just depends. It just depends on you. But
I don't know. I need to decide.
Yeah. Got a load of laundry started, moved the finished towels up to the bedroom, put away. Very nice. Ran the dishwasher. A lot of cleaning, cooking lunch. Got a few pages read. Awesome.
You have
Our local women's center does a book sale to raise funds. So I usually donate them. Yeah. And that's the other thing is like, I have two separate piles, books that I will sell on Pango. And usually like half of like when I'm doing any type of unhaul, half of them just go to my library. Like I just give them to my director and she decides whether we split it among the staff. Like we let staff members like look at the books first. And then she like will pull the books that she wants to add to our collection so that we like obviously just add them for circulation purposes. And then anything else we just add to the free shelf or we do second leaf where people donate however much money they want for the books on those shelves. So usually it goes half and half. Like half the books I unhaul are usually just going to my library. Also send a good offer to people who have it in their cart before I donate. Ooh, that's actually a good idea too. Like if you see a book, I forgot to new feature. Yeah, I actually got that one time. I had a book in a cart and someone gave me an offer. And I was like, okay.
Do that? Where do I? Hold on.
I think you can see when someone has it in their cart.
You can.
And then you can send them an offer.
That's
actually a good idea too.
I don't know how you tell that it's in their cart.
It should have the little image that shows the little cart image.
Yeah, I see the little cart. But like,
let me take a look for a second. Yeah, let me see.
I don't know what like it shows someone has it in their cart, but I don't know what that means. Like I don't know how to.
Let me see here. Okay, so for this, for instance, there are two eyes on this. How do you send that? Actually, that's a good question.
Yeah, I know. How do you?
Because it does say there are eyes on this.
Oh, Eloise.
I wonder if it has to be like a notification, like in the message, like messages, and then or notifications.
Hold on.
I don't know. We'll find out. Either way. Oh my gosh, I am also reading The Lost World. Perfect timing. Oh my gosh, too bad I have to clean. That's okay. You can still hang out with us though.
Oh, here you go. I figured it out. You have to go to your discounts and offers section and then send an offer and then you can do it.
Oh, interesting. Okay, okay. Oh yeah, the place you can send it is under discounts. Okay. Go to everyone. Everyone was already telling us. That's so funny. Okay, so that's good to know. So go to discounts, offers in your app. It's
All right, I'm sending them some offers.
okay, okay, okay. Yeah, might as well do that. See what happens. And then we can just call, then you can call it and then bring it to Second and Charles. I actually think I need to clean out my Pango and decide which ones I'm going to donate to the library and what I'm doing because there have been some titles on there forever and they just take up space. So on that note, though, we will go into another sprint. We will see everybody in about an hour. Thanks for being here. Hello, welcome back, everybody. How did we do? I ended up getting some admin done, and then I am very, very close to being halfway through The Lost World. I think I'm like 25 pages off of being halfway. I'm very close, which is very exciting. And then I might end up calling it a day as far as reading this and then move on to other stuff. But how did you do, Rainy? I see you're folding laundry.
Yeah, because I've done so much laundry today that like I was like, okay, I have to actually get some of it moving because I need to. So I was like, it's fine. I can fold and talk. It's not that big a deal. What was I gonna say? I got to at least 25%. So, made it a quarter way. That's probably all I'm gonna get to today, if we're being honest, because I'll be on for one more sprint. And then I gotta take Eloise and me to the circus because Lincoln is performing for his show, and the theme is Super Spies. And my friend said that the apparatus that he's performing on, like there's 3 of them, and that they're supposed to like roll in and be all sneaky and like all the stuff, and the other kids just aren't doing it. And she's like, Lincoln's the only one killing it. And I was like,
oh, good for him.
I was like, yeah, of course, he would love to be a spy. Like he acts like a spy all the time. So I'm excited to see him perform. And also, he has this one. She used to be the PE teacher at our school, but not when I worked there. It was a while back. And now she just does like aftercare and like she basically subs whenever people need her. I love her so much because she loves my kids so much. And I feel like with him being so hyper and whatnot, that a lot of people don't appreciate him. So I love her. And he was like, can you invite Miss Reichart to my show? And I was like, I guess.
Like I can.
Like, I love Lincoln. I will be there.
Yeah. Oh,
so she's coming to the show.
He's gonna have his little fan group.
Yeah, he is. He's gonna have a whole party, and his great grandma's coming, and we didn't know that she was gonna be able to make it. And his grandma and grandpa are coming, and everyone's coming.
Yeah, you're gonna definitely have to take photos.
Oh, it's gonna be in my Tar vlog for sure because I've been forgetting to film a lot this week, so there's gonna be a lot of B-roll.
Yeah, honestly, sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, I'm doing things this weekend. I actually have B-roll.
Well, I put my last routine for me in like my first week or something, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, your routine is so good." I was like, "Yeah, well, got it. You can see it if you watch the vlog."
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, and I put her to bed, but I can hear her screaming, so that didn't go well.
She's like, I don't want to sleep.
And she really needs to though, because we're gonna be out, and then we're gonna go out tonight for Bible study, and we never get back from Bible study until late, and it's like past your bedtime, and I'm like, homegirl, you cannot go the whole day without a nap because we're not even going to bed till like 10 tonight. So
yeah, and she's gonna be upset then if she doesn't. Yeah, if she's not, too tired. Oh gosh, but Kirsten, that's okay. You had a nap. Speaking of a nap.
Everyone needs a good nap.
Eloise needs to be more like Kirsten and take a nap.
Yes, she really does. I don't know what's wrong with her.
Had my lunch and
I actually close.
I also need to eat though. So you're both crushing your goals. You're gonna finish this book and then
I did eat. I guess that's important. We also ate.
Nice. I feel like I just need more caffeine. I don't know what's going on. I'm like, I need all the caffeine today. So the coffee hasn't kicked in yet. 30% in the Winter Girls, second in the Agent Tori Hunter series. Pretty exciting so far. Awesome. 83%. Hoping to finish the book today. I know you all, quite a few of you are quite close in finishing your books.
I got to get a lot further in my Leg 7 book though too. I'm just behind.
Yeah, I feel like I think I am going to count The Lost World as my Leg 7 because it does count.
Living Legend.
Celestial body, Earth, world.
I'm going to count Living Legend, use the power up, but I'm 52% of the way through that. But it is like a 500-page book, so I still have a good amount to go.
Oh yeah, and also I could just count my power up, count it as a power up because I haven't used any of my
I've been reading a lot of chunky reads lately, but then not really. It's like almost any fantasy romance that I pick up at base, it's going to be $4.50.
Yeah, I feel like that they tend to be quite hefty. Like
They're
I think it's
almost
rare to
always
see
in
a
the upper
romantic that
400s.
isn't.
And sometimes I'm okay with it, and sometimes I'm like by the 400 page mark, I'm like, okay, this story should be done already.
Yeah, because it makes sense with like fantasy elements. Like if you're getting really heavy in fantastical worlds, that it would be like a chonkier read.
Yeah, but
But
a
if
lot of
like
them just have a lot of scenes that really don't need to be there, and they're boring or they're repetitive. And I'm like, okay, we already had this scene. We already basically had this scene, but they're in a different room now. I'm like,
yeah.
we already learned this information. I'm like, and then the one thing that I will say, which is why this book is a 4-star right now instead of a 5, Living Legend, is the only thing that's annoying is they'll like share information, and then the next chapter will be like the angel, for example, and it'll say earlier, and it'll show that actual like scene and conversation happening. But I'm like, okay, but I don't need that because I already have the information from the book. Like I don't need you to go back in time and create a live stream of like
Right, like you either tell me to catch me up and then now I know, or I see the scene and I like you telling you both is kind of weird.
Yeah, so that's been kind of frustrating. It's happened 2 or 3 times, and I'm like, okay, I already have the information though. I'm good to go.
Yeah, that is like a really weird writing choice. Because it's almost like, giving you recaps when you're like, I didn't need the recap because I'm still reading the book. Like I actually didn't need to re-see this. But Sarah's also quite close to getting to Camp Half-Blood.
Sarah is crushing it, and I feel like every time I talk to Sarah, she has read another Villains and Vixens book, and I go, homegirl, you gotta slow down.
Yeah, no, she's honestly doing the good work, motivating you to read more of yours.
I'm trying, but these books are huge, and they're not all audiobook because a lot of them are indie. And so I don't have all this free time to just read books with no audio. Or if they have audio, it's like, well, do I want to buy it off Audible? What if I hate the book? Because that has been a theme. I've only read 6 books so far by authors that are going, and I've hated 4 of them. No, I've read 8. I've hated 4. I've DNF'd 2, and I liked 1, and I loved 1.
Oh gosh, that's not a great mixture of stuff.
No, I'm just like, but then also it's like, okay, but I feel bad because a lot of them are indie authors, right? So like they don't have an editor, they don't have, all these things. Like it's just hard when you're doing it on your own. So I like want to be mindful of that. And I definitely will still meet authors that I didn't like their book. I'm not going to share I didn't like their book, but like if I read their book, yeah, I'm going to meet them.
Yeah. And I think it all depends, like depending on what you're disliking about it. Like some of it you can be like, clearly an editing team would help, or beta readers would help, or whatever the case is. Like there
it really is just that, and a lot of it is just they're a new author, so like they just don't know
debut authors. Yeah, for
Most
sure.
of them are debut authors. So, I mean, they're going to get better. And there's 1 or 2 that I'm like, yeah, I didn't like this book. I would maybe try another book of yours. There's 1 or 2 and I'm like, I will not try another. You know one of them.
Yeah, I do know one of them. I have some insider knowledge. Good job, Julia. You did so much. That sprint, it did go by really quickly, even though like it's an hour. I'm not even doing short sprints today.
I think she went to sleep. She's not crying.
We'll all keep it like that. Hopefully,
she has to sleep, so I'm ignoring her.
Yeah, it's gotta be. It's good for her. It's good for her.
We're leaving at 1:45, whether she's ready or not. So.
Yeah. Calm down tag has been planned. Yay, Bia. I'm so glad. Halfway through,
Emily, a lot of people's tags and a lot of people's videos. I feel like since Star started, my YouTube watching has gone way downhill.
I know. I this month I've been so busy that I haven't really been able to watch YouTube as much as I would like. So I'm gonna have to play some catch up and watch some stuff because I've just been so busy. Like we got too many books to read. Being a co-host for the readathon, you being a mod, I feel like we're on Discord far more than we typically are, which is just tricks of the trade. It's super fun. And then we're also we've been doing a lot more editing this month with Battle of the Booktuber stuff. So it's just like I'm already on the computer so much.
And I want to get a little more editing in because I at least planned out my sit-down videos for July. So I was like, if I could get those all filmed within the next 10 days, and then all I have to do is edit for July and be that on top of stuff so that every video in July is done, that'd be great.
That's the dream.
That'd be the dream. Because then anything I read in July would be an August vlog.
Yeah. Goodness. It's the first time I've read an honest to goodness paper book. Yeah, in a while, like a physical book. I also made it from the bed to the recliner. And then yay, meds. Okay, Anne, I hope that your head gets better. But this is another thing too, is like physically reading. You just have to change your mindset in regards to like if you have an audio or if you immersion read for time, also comfort. Like I need to like get the time to read physical books.
I don't get reading done anymore. I was reading Living Legend physically because I didn't realize that it was on Hoopla, and it had been 3 days, and I had gotten like 12% in, and I was like, Rainy, like we need to put some pep in our step. And then I found the audio, and I was just like, I can't do every book. I can't do almost any book just physically anymore, and it's really bad.
Yeah, I think you get used to it. Like
Yeah.
the idea that audio gives us more time every day. And so then our lives get busier because we're like, oh,
yeah,
we've got time to
I
do all
can
these things.
clean,
And then
I can do laundry, I can do dishes, and I can like get ahead. I accomplished something. Meanwhile, if I have to sit there, I'm like, I shouldn't just be sitting here. I should be cleaning. I should be working on my business. I should be playing with my kids. I'm like, I can't just afford to sit here and read.
yeah. And I think also like we need to like I think what needs to happen is I need to remind myself that I don't have to read a million books in 1 month. Like we are obviously reading in anticipation for things, but I'm like, I can read like if I'm physically reading, like I can just read 5 books in the month, maybe 10 max. Like if
That,
it's all
or
physical,
I can be like,
you know.
I can take a month to read this book. I'm going to read it. And
Yes.
it doesn't have to be a read that I finish in like 5 minutes. If I want to
Mhm.
enjoy it, then yeah. But I will say, if the audio is available, I am going to try to get it.
Yeah. And it just depends. Like there's also been stuff where I'm like, oh gosh, like I don't like the audio. So I'm going to
I
just read it
know there
physically.
has been a couple times where the audio has not been good, and I'm just like, oh.
Yeah, I just had that situation actually. I was like, I had the physical book, and then I got the audio, and I was like, I really don't like. I was like, I don't really like the audio for this one, and then I don't know, I didn't really like the book either, but it is what it is.
Well, unfortunate.
Yeah, and it's gonna, the book. I DNF'd the book, but I can't talk about it yet because it's for a future.
Oh, yes. I know.
Oh well, it is what it is. Enjoying my last vacation day. I'm reading a short story collection that I want to read, but I'm feeling indifferent about. Short story collections. Yeah, you got to be in the mood for them, to be honest.
I am never in the mood for a short story collection, if we're being honest. It's just not. Like, I read a short story collection at the beginning. This was actually back when I had just started following. No. Oh, yeah, no. I was following Noelle Gallagher, who doesn't do videos anymore, but she's the reason that I got on BookTube, is because somebody shared, like a person that I love that for productivity, like that also likes reading, shared her in stories. And that's when I found out about BookTube. I didn't know BookTube existed. I was just dumb. I just did not.
No, I was the same way. I didn't really know that
I didn't know this was a thing. And then, you start watching and you're like, wait, they're just talking about books? What? And then I got obsessed. But anyway, Noelle Gallagher, anything that she recommended, I was like, okay, sure. Quickly learning that like she and I are very different readers. She's like a very high society, classy reading gal. Not me. But she recommended some short story book. It had a black woman on the cover. It's called like, I can't remember, but it was every story was about the Secret something Society of Church Ladies or something. It was like
okay, sure.
Yeah. And it was all just like short stories of like black women from church and like the South and all this stuff. And like they were actually really good stories, but like outside of that, I've just not been interested in picking up a short
I also think it depends because like one, short stories aren't conducive to all genres, and it also is like a genre thing. I can enjoy a mystery short story, but like contemporary, literary, I just don't gravitate towards those anymore. Fantasy and sci-fi, they exist. Obviously, novellas also exist, but I think with the world building, those genres struggle when it comes to short stories.
Well, I think thriller ones do too, because like it depends how short it is. Like you can't do it well if it's too short. Or for example, I tried to read Out There, those short stories, the Jordan Peele one.
Yes.
And those were like, well, first off, they were not horror stories. They were like sci-fi stories and like literary, like they weren't horror. And they just were not good. After like the third one, I was like, these are not good. And they were by authors though that I would think would write a good story, and it was not good. So I was just like,
short stories I think are like the hardest to write.
Movies like Get Out and all that. Stick to where you're good.
Yeah. No, I agree. Also, as we're about to enter another sprint, though, first and foremost, I want to say hi to the people who joined. Hello, Angie. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. I don't know if there's anyone else who just joined, to be honest. We're all just like chatting and responding to what we were talking about. Yes, cheers for the nap. Hopefully it
Oh,
continues.
also, Julie, I'm sure I will find some more that I enjoy before I take the trip. So
Yeah.
it'll be
Yeah. Hopefully. Oh,
if you use a
gosh.
credit to get an audiobook on Audible and you DNF it early enough. I have done that too many times. Audible has reduced my ability to do that.
Yeah, it will. It'll be like, no, actually, none of this is eligible. Like, you can't
Like
do
it
it.
did. Well, no, I hadn't actually done it that much. I had done it for 2 different books, and I had bought one book like 6 months prior and just never read it yet. And then I had read one recently, but I was like, okay, I just happened to read them both at the same time, so I returned them. Like I only got like maybe 5% in, but then I had gotten Onyx Storm from there because I didn't realize my hold was going to come in. And then the same day the hold came in, and I was like, oh, and I tried to return that, and they said it was ineligible. So I had to call, and they did.
Yeah,
They
you
let
got to
me,
contact.
they let me get
Yeah.
rid of it after that because I was just like, I already have it though for free.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like they're tough about that, where you do have to contact them, and then they give you they're like just the biggest struggle, but it is what it is. And I agree, Julia. I think short stories, novellas are a special talent. They're
Yes.
like, when you find a good one, it's really good, but I think it's like harder than an actual novel, in my opinion, to like write it well. But yeah, also you need to leave.
I
You're gonna,
know, so I'm gonna
not
say
yet.
bye.
If you want to stay, you can then disappear
I'll
mid.
probably disappear in the mist,
Yeah.
but I'll say goodbye as if I'm leaving because I won't be here when you come back because I have to go watch Lincoln perform.
You
He has
have
to
to, of
decide, so
course. Yeah, he's doing his own acrobatics like in the movie The Lost World. So you're still following
oh,
the theme.
you're right. I'm following the theme. Look at that.
No, it's fine. But yeah, we'll go in for another hour. Rainy will disappear at some point, but you guys can stick around with me and we can keep reading. So yeah, happy sprinting. Hello, friends. Welcome back. Let me know how you did. I was like, let me how you did. I see that Ellie had joined during that sprint. Joanna came back. Oh, you went to a cafe. I went to a cafe this morning actually and ended up getting a scone, some coffee. It was lovely. Paula's here too, just popping in. Not sure if you're still here, Paula. And then Tracy, seems this will be a productive sprint. I hope it was. Tidying up. Oh, your reading journal. That is such a good decision, actually, because I have my reading journal here. I have it updated as far as statistics and things, but I really haven't been writing in it lately. Like the last time I wrote in it was the 6th of June. It's the 20th of June. I need to like take some time this weekend to, consider how my reading is going this month and just reflect a little bit. Hello, Bonnie. Welcome to the party. Obviously, we lost Rainy. She had to go off to circus to support her son while he is doing his routine. I'm sure that he's going to do great. Hello, Nicole. Oh my gosh. Honestly, I will say that this time around, so many people popped in. I was like, oh my gosh, there's so many more of you all of a sudden. So I think that everyone's days are kind of like coming down to an end, or they're finally not as busy. Their mornings, afternoons are done. You're finishing up middle of the night. Awesome, Bonnie. I saw this Kirsten like literally 3 minutes ago, right before we got back for this chat. I was like, of course she's sharing her battle rec video now. And you're all done. Honestly, what's so funny too is in the last maybe 10 minutes, I started editing my final vlog for the championship round. So I'm so close to being done just along with you and Rainy. I'm very, very excited. So congratulations. Now you're just relaxing and, doing other things, but it feels good to be almost done. Finished Darling House. What did you think? If it's for a vlog, let me know. Then we can keep it all mum. Did a bunch of catching up on my reading spreadsheet. This is what I need to do. Then you are ready to go on a walk. See, I think that my plan probably more in the evening, I'm going to go for a walk. I may even go for a run. I feel like going for a run, but we'll see. It's been kind of warm here this week. And then I do actually need to pop over to the bookstore and return some items. I'm hoping to get them back, but just, in better condition. But they arrived in like damaged and the box rattled, so it was clearly not packaged very well, which is kind of unfortunate. So I'm hoping just to replace them. Read 73 pages of The Lost World. You are doing so well. So I am 50% of the way. I'm halfway through. Sarah Harding is back in the mix and we love her. So it's really exciting to see that. And I don't know if I've shown you all, but I've got this really nice edition that has some illustrations. It's pretty cool. You can see the dinosaurs quite well. And it's really gorgeous. Oh, we got like an entire map spread of the island. It's really, really nice. But I reached my goal of 50%, so I'm happy with that. Love books like this where it feels like it could be real because the scientific research, I agree. And you know what? It's not overdone to the point where I don't think it's accessible because sometimes sci-fi, I think, can intimidate people, especially if they're expecting you to like have your own engineering degree or something like that. But I think it's really well done. I think Crichton makes it digestible for us and still quite entertaining. So yeah, it's so fun that you're reading it with me. 56%, also slowly improving. Oh, good. I'm glad. Tossed in some laundry, made myself some brunch. This is a laundry day for so many of us. It's another thing that's on my list of to-dos. Had lunch with my husband that sprint. Oh, lovely. Mr. Z. Back to work to finish my audiobook next sprint. Lovely. Had a productive sprint. Also, I don't know if you guys can hear. There is now mowing, weed whacking all around my apartment. And I'm just like, this is not the time. So if you do hear some buzzing, I apologize. They are right outside my window right now. I had a productive sprint, tidied the kitchen, sorted laundry, showered. Lovely Ellie. Hello, John. How are you? I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you in my sprints. Reading Refugee by Alan Gratz. It is a great YA, hard-hitting historical fiction, I can imagine. So good. I recommend it to anyone. It will make you think. Awesome. Oh my gosh. Cool. And that's the other thing. It's like we need palate cleansers. We need reads that comfort us, but we also need to allow literature to like make us think and also make us uncomfortable at times. So that's good to know. Hello, Megan. Not sure what I'm doing. I continue The Strange Case of the Alchemist's Daughter. I actually need to read this because Danny recommended it to me not long ago in a video, and I've been meaning to finally get to it. Around 75%, really enjoying it. Very nice. Also, seeing you, Megan, reminds me. So I have settled everything that I want to do for Camp TBR-a-thon. I've got a schedule, but I do need to record that. I need to record that announcement video at some point today. It might be more of a tomorrow task. We'll see how I feel. Either way, the Witnesses and Sleuths will get it by the end of the weekend. It was for a vlog, so that will be coming out in coming out in July. That's okay. I know, boo for damaged items. It's always so sad because you're like, this is beautiful, like, but obviously it's still readable, but the amount of money you spend, you want it to be in good condition. And I don't know what they do with those. I imagine they might sell them for a price. I'm hoping they don't get rid of them. I don't know. 52%. Oh, Bia, we are literally at the same part then because I just hit 50%. Way more cutthroat than the movie. Oh yeah, definitely way more cutthroat. And I think it's what's interesting is it's like people v people, kind of like they're willing to just kind of harm other people, and I don't know. It's really interesting. I think that I do prefer it over the movie. I just because I think it also is a bit more plausible than the movie. Like the movie's wild. It's still very fun though. Hello, Rachel. How are you? How was your Friday? I know that you're getting into the afternoon. Emily's home, not working on the roof right now. It's raining. Okay, that's good. I know that you were saying earlier that they were working on the roof until like 10 p.m. at night. That is actually kind of crazy. Yes, you do need to read it. I do. I need to read it. And you're actually very close to finishing it, to be honest. I also have something in my eye. So if you guys see me touching it, that's why, I promise. There's a promise I'm not tearing up because I need to read this book. But I think I have like an eyelash in my eye. And I'm like, you're actually supposed to be the opposite thing. You're supposed to prevent things from getting in your eye. And for some reason, my eyelashes want to get into the eyeball. Hello, Louise. Finally home, making dinner. Very nice. I wondered if you were going to pop in today, even though this isn't my usual day. I usually don't sprint at this time, actually. 67% of John Carter in A Princess of Mars. Listening and not loving it. I've sped it up and am not sure if I'm going to DNF. I love vintage adventure like Verne and Wells, but this is not of that class. See, it's tough. I've actually been so much more ready to DNF with every passing month. I am so ready to DNF. I was just talking about this with Rainey. This was not on screen, but it was before. But I realized I was like, I haven't given any book a 1 star since February, and that's because I'm DNFing all of them. And I don't think I've given many 2 stars this year either, just because I'm like, nope, do not have the time. And so I've been DNFing a lot of books, actually. Not too many, because I don't think I've been picking up nearly as many books as I did last year around this time. By the end of June, I'd read 100 books, and I decided that's too many. It's too many. So not for everybody. That's probably normal for a lot of people, or it's not enough depending on your lifestyle. But for me, I was like, this is too many. And I think DNFing has helped, as well as just allowing myself not to be reading a million books all at once. Anyways, that's a way longer response, Jen, to you simply saying, I might DNF this book, but it's got me thinking. Yes, you must read Strange Case of Alchemist's Daughter. Still not over Danny recommending. The thing is, though, Kirsten, you know who also? Rainey was going to recommend that book to me. So you both might have had some difficult decisions if both of you recommended that book to me. So maybe you dodged a bullet. I don't know. We'll have to chat. Want the third? Oh, okay. You want to third The Strange Case. So apparently I just need to read this book. And you know what's so funny is I had never really even heard of it. I think I had seen like Danny talk about it before, but it had never been on my radar to the point where I was like, oh, I need to read this book. So interesting. I have a friend that will order an absurd amount of author copies because every time the forklift will accidentally damage an entire layer. Yeah, I can believe it. Books aren't indestructible. Like, they're made of paper. I get it. But it's just like, be a little bit more careful, even in the individual packages. Like we're aware, and even I don't really do this anymore, but when I used to get books from like Amazon, be flapping around and I'm like, well, this is probably going to be a return. And I'm like, that kind of solidifies why I don't buy books from them anymore, even though that's a resource that a lot of people take advantage, but they clearly don't care about their books. And so, yeah, obviously I prefer, if I can, I would love to just go to a bookstore, buy the books in person, but I kind of live in like a bookstore desert almost. Like I think my closest bookstore, as far as like having a good amount of options, is like 45 minutes away from me is the closest bookstore. So, it is what it is. We got to do what we got to do. Libraries obviously are a great alternative. And then when I finally want to own the books, that's when I go on a big bookstore purchasing kind of situation. Suggested to him to build a book throne of all the damaged ones for the sake of the pictures. Yeah. Like use them in some other way. Sure, always. Have finished 4 books this week, so I'm done. Oh, you're down to 1 current read again. Congratulations. I'm in the same boat almost. I'm reading more than 1 book, but as I just knock my notebook down, I am currently reading The Lost World, and then I have 1 other book that I am currently reading. I can't tell you what the book is because you know who else is reading it? Danny is reading it for Battle of the Booktuber. And so I can't tell you what I'm reading because then it would give away what she's reading. But those are the 2 books that I'm reading right now. So I'm really I'm actually pretty pleased because probably for nearly the entire year of 2025, I've been reading minimum 4, 5, 6 books at a time. And it's just, there's never been time to lessen it. I'm just always constantly picking up other books. And now I'm like, okay, I'm only reading 2 books right now. So yeah, which doesn't work for everybody. It doesn't work for everybody. Everyone has their own kind of situation. Are there any Tom Clancy fans here? If so, where's the best place to start? That's a good question. I wouldn't know. I've actually never read anything by this author before. So maybe someone else in the comments can provide that. Especially because like you can Google it, but it doesn't always provide you. Sometimes the authors on their website will tell you where to start, where they want you to start, depending on if it's necessary, or you can like look up in interviews their favorite books and then you could start with the author's favorite books. Sometimes that's fun. Those both sound like really healthy choices for you. Yeah, I honestly, I think so. I feel a lot better about it, truly. I think at the moment I prefer the movie to the book just because of the humor that Jeff Goldblum brings. Well, I mean, it's Jeff Goldblum, of course. But it might just be because I saw the movie first. No, I understand that. For me, I think what sold it was Sarah Harding's character because she really bothers me in the movie. I'm just like, I wish you were more capable and smarter. Like you are making choices that do not make sense. And in the movie, I don't think this is a huge spoiler, but I won't say anything, but there's a character who dies and I think it's like so unnecessary and so dumb. I'm trying to remember if the same thing happens in the book. But I remember that like when that person dies, I was like, so all of this was for nothing. Like you all did like all of this was just like pointless. So I have some gripes with the movie. And also I will say in the movie, they, obviously they go off and suddenly they're in like New York City or San Diego. It's also kind of a hodgepodge of different, like whatever. They go to an American city, and in the book, it doesn't happen that way because obviously the premise is completely different. And I think that's when things get a little bit wild. But I do, of course, Jeff is great. I love him. Hands down, best place to start is, Hunt for Red October. Okay, that's good to know. Interesting. Megan says, I just received a slightly damaged book from the book outlet fiction sale, debating trying to return it. It was only $6. So that's the other thing is, see, the books that I'm returning, they were pre-orders. And so I'm like, these are the newest of new. But it is tough when you're like, I didn't spend that much money on it, but if it looks chewed, that's not great. So yeah. I'm the same with the bookstore desert. There were a lot more, but the pandemic put just about everyone that wasn't B&N out of business. Yeah, truly. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, in France, you can't find books in English except for or there's Waterstones, but buying full price plus shipping isn't an option, and that's why it can be a privilege to say that you don't buy a certain product from Amazon, just because I know that it reaches a lot of places that not a lot of other businesses can do, and it just depends on where you are. Yeah, that's why I'm never like fully against people buying from Amazon because like you got to do what you got to do. Grab the hardbacks of Starter Villain, the Jim Bottom Shantaport. I'm those books. Both of them are so fun. The Jim Bottom Shantaport is so good. The only unfortunate thing is that there's no audiobook, which I know that some readers obviously they typically only listen on audio, and so I'm like, like this is why accessibility is so important, including formatting. We need the ebook, we need the physical book, we need the audiobook. It just stinks when not all of them have that, but the physical book's great. Like I loved reading it during I think it was my Project TBR0 challenge. It was really, really fun. Having crispy cauliflower for dinner. I love cauliflower. It is delicious. Watched the movie last night to prepare for the reading of the book. So excited. It's so different. And I think it's really fun to compare them. I think it's really, really interesting, especially when it comes to like characters that are blended together in the movie. Because in the book, I'll just say that there are two kids and both of them are combined to be one child in the movie, that type of thing. It's interesting to see what works in a book and what would work in a movie and what decisions they had to make. Anyway, I think it's fascinating. Oh, and the movie is The Lost World. So we've got The Lost World, the movie, and then we've got The Lost World, the book. So yeah, no, they're super fun. I've had a great time rereading this because I actually just read it last year. And so it hasn't been that long ago since my first experience with The Lost World. The last time I gave The Lost World I think I gave it 4.25 stars. So we'll see. We'll see if I feel the same way, if I want to up it just for nostalgia purposes. But yeah, it's fun. It's a fun time. Okay, well, we will go for another sprint. We'll go for an hour once again. And for those who want to stick around, I'd love to have you, but also no pressure because it's Friday. For some of you, it might even be Saturday morning. You got things to do. I totally understand. But I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, friends. Welcome back. I know that Ash joined, so did Brian. We also lost a few people. Tracy and Jen had to carry on with their day, which is totally fine. I ended up doing a little bit of editing for my vlog, the final vlog for Battle of the Booktuber, and then I realized that I was kind of not being as meticulous with my fun zoom ins and everything. And I was like, okay, Leandra, you're clearly not into this. Let's just pause, save what you've done, and then I'll go back and do some more editing at some point this weekend. And then I ended up getting a few more chapters into The Lost World. And it's just really fun. It's interesting. Like, you're seeing these small mistakes, though. And so part of me is like, upon my reread, so when I read Jurassic Park and The Lost World, I was like, oh, I think The Lost World is better than Jurassic Park as far as books go. And now as I'm rereading, I was like, you know what? I think I like the book upon reread for Jurassic Park more than I like the book for Lost World. But it also depends because I remember the second half being stronger, like once their interactions with the dinosaurs happen and all of that stuff. So I think it's just that the second half of The Lost World is stronger than the first half. But, you all can let me know because I know that Loaf and Bia, you guys are reading it with me. And so we'll have to see how we continue to feel about it. But yeah. I think that the second half of The Lost World is stronger. And because obviously ending The Lost World, I at the time liked it better than Jurassic Park, but also Jurassic Park was years and years ago. And I don't know. I think I don't know. It's interesting. I'm trying to figure out which one I like better. And now that I'm reading them closer together, I think maybe I like the Jurassic Park better as a book. So yeah, I do think the Jurassic Park movie is better than the Jurassic Park book, but I think the Lost World book is better than the Lost World movie. Anyways, had a late dinner, past 9 p.m. here. Now it's time to relax. Oh, yes, definitely relax. Read some more. Enjoy the rest of your evening. 67% ate dinner. I know this is definitely a dinner sprint for a lot of people, for sure. Yeah, it makes you think. As I was reading this, I was like, wait a second, how do I? But I do think, like, I know what events are to come. And I'm like, oh, those are going to be good. So I just think that The Lost World, the beginning, where they're trying to figure things out. Sorted more laundry. Read 34 pages though. Amazing. Yeah, I also got some things done for my to-do list. Like I was trying to figure out what I needed to get done today because now it's about 3 p.m. here. So I still have the rest of the afternoon, early evening to get things done, but I wanted to update my to-do list, which is what I did as well. Hello, just home from work, starting to read When the Moon Hatched. You're not alone. Ash is reading that too, and you both just joined, which is fun. For this weekend's amazing readathon prompt. Oh, yeah, because that makes sense. So for those who don't know, for the amazing readathon, the current prompt, if you're on the current leg, is a celestial or godly word in the title. The moon is a celestial body. I think that counts. And finding it hard to start after a challenging week. Is it a good book to try and continue? Ooh, that's a good question. So I DNF'd it. So When the Moon Hatched, I mean, nobody's going to be surprised though, because I really struggle with romantasy and finding what I like. So yeah, it did not work for me. But I know a lot of people really love it who are big romantasy readers. So I'm sure there'll be people in the comments who say, yes, it's totally worth it. Keep reading. I do know that it's quite chonky. And so if you're trying to keep up with the legs, that could make you feel stressed. So I don't know. I would say that it's more so the size that I would be worried about you trying to read it before the next leg drops, unless you're just kind of moseying about and, not too worried about when you finish the book, because that's also fine. 33 pages. Sorry, 1 second, guys. I got a cough. I could feel my voice was getting weird, and I was like, nope, I need to clear that. Heavenly Bodies. Oh, yeah. So Nicole, you're also not the only one who's reading Heavenly Bodies. Who else is reading that right now? I'm trying to figure out who else it is. Is it Sarah? Sarah, were you reading it? She might be gone. I decided to wait to go on my walk since it was warmer than I thought. Yeah, no, I think it's quite warm here because we're in the same state, and usually the weather's kind of around the same. And I'm like, ooh, it's I think it's going to become really, really warm. I was looking at it and it was saying it was going to be like 35 degrees Celsius as a high, like 95 degrees Fahrenheit. And at some point, maybe this weekend or maybe next week. And I was like, oh, that is hot. I was like, I do not want to be outside during those temperatures. So yeah, and I was a bit distracted too. Finishing up work for the day, might start Against the Darkness, not feeling the other books I had on the list. Tennille, I support this. This is making me want to reread that series just because it's so fun. Not to be taken seriously, but good attitude, positive, really funny. For those who don't know, this is what's it called? It's like the Buffy 2.0 series. Against the Darkness is the third book. One Girl in All the World is the second. In Every Generation. Isn't it weird? I had to go back. It's the In Every Generation series. It's very fun. It's a trilogy. It is YA, paranormal, which doesn't work for everybody. But yeah. Don't you just love that though when a book has unexpected reread? Yeah, because and I also think I go through fluctuations where, for those who don't know, in my undergrad studied creative writing. So I think I was far more critical about writing. And that was around the time I read Jurassic Park and a handful of other titles. And so you'll see around those years, I was I was far harsher. I was far more critical with my ratings. And then we see this inflation where I'm suddenly giving everything 5 stars. And now I'm kind of in the middle. And so sometimes I'll look at a book and be like, oh, I'm pretty sure I gave it this rating. And I actually gave it 2 or 3 and I'm shocked, or vice versa. I was like, yeah, it wasn't that great of a book, but you'll see I rated it 5 stars. So we fluctuate, things happen. Rereading makes it fun because then you kind of realize that you may have a different perspective. 116 pages of Emily Wilde to go. Anne, are you enjoying it? I hope you're enjoying your time. I think I gave Emily Wilde got better with every book. I gave Emily Wilde 4.25 stars the first book, then 4.5, and then the final book I gave 5 stars. So for me, it got better with every time. That might not be the case for everybody. I'm pretty sure I might be among the few who felt that way. So, and then you managed to get some laundry done. Good. I'm glad. And then, yeah, no worries, Ash. Hello. Sorry that your internet went out. That's not fun. Taking me a bit to read When the Moon Hatched. See, not the only one. You're reading this with someone else. I mean, not together, but you know what I mean. I'm busy during the day, and it's a big book. It takes a while, you know. Let me see here. Oof. I never finished my Celestial book, and it's a middle grade. I was reading The Girl Who Drank the Moon. That's how sick I've been. Oh my gosh. You know what, Louisina, though? This is yet another great reason to be a Pathfinder, because it's okay. It's not the end of the world. Take care of yourself, and not even if you're on a competitive team, friends, take care of yourselves. It's okay. If you're sick, you are the priority, not the readathon. Read 2 chapters in Prisoner of Night by J.R. Ward. Almost fell asleep on my couch. Oh my gosh. Oh goodness. And then I would be waking you up with my voice and you would be like, oh my gosh, Leandra's in my home. No, Leandra's on the internet, but now it's time to go to bed. Oh gosh. Isn't that the case though? When you're just it's the weekend, it's time to go to bed. We've had a week. I totally feel that. Thanks so much. Will soft DNF pick up as a card to read never? Yeah. So the thing is it's all up to you. If you're enjoying it, enjoy it. But you also don't want to speed read, and that could make you not enjoy it too, right? So that's what I try to be careful about. I'm like, is this a book that I should read in a couple days, or is it a book that it'll take me longer and I'll be stressed? I might blame the book for being stressed and everything else in between. Sarah, I thought so. Heavenly Bodies. Okay, isn't that so funny? I was like, I think Sarah's reading this. Once in a while, I surprise myself and have to pat myself on the back for remembering what all of you are reading. It's not everybody, but sometimes I'll have something stick with me. You have about 50 pages left. Very exciting. Definitely rate more for the fun than literary merit. But at the same time, I really appreciate the older fantasy where they're written by people who definitely had a lot of writing training. Yeah, so it all depends. And I definitely go in differently. I rate a fantasy differently than a sci-fi, than a mystery, than a golden age mystery, than a classic literary, all that stuff. I definitely kind of have everything a little bit different depending on my expectations and depending on how, I don't know, daring the author is. If they're deciding to cover a topic that I think needs to be handled a certain way and they don't, I'm like, that's your fault. Why did you handle such a complex topic? Like, you didn't have to, you know? So it all depends. Enjoying it, 4 to 5 star range. Okay, yes, good, good, good. So that's around where I was too. I ended up giving it a low 4 stars. When the internet goes out here on no TV, no iPad, no YouTube. Yeah, no, it makes sense. Being a Pathfinder has been relaxing, as it should. I did recently get Where the Mountains Meet the Moon. Been in a slump with these last 2 months being chaotic. Maybe this is a sign to get started. Yeah, all of this moon chat, all of this like different types of moon titles. Right on vibes, but bad writing often equals bad vibe. Yes, exactly. Like if the writing just, doesn't, if it depends, right? Like it's like you don't have to be like the most eloquent, award-winning writer, right? You can be really entertaining, especially if an author knows that they're doing it for entertainment. But other times you're like, the poor writing is harming the world building, is harming my, understanding of the characters. So it all kind of goes hand in hand, but I don't need award-winning stuff to give it 5 stars because that's not the point. It's only 4:23 p.m. here. Oh yeah, so you're an hour ahead of us. I always wondered. I knew that we were around the same, but I didn't know if I was like an hour ahead or hour behind you. I'm done with video games now, so I might try to sneak in a bit of reading since I'm feeling better. That's good. See, shows that it was right to take the break, play some video games. No, I want to read. Okay, so you know what? I haven't even started it yet. I really want to. I was supposed to read it either for June, actually, because it was in my TBR game, but it lost the round that I did it for. So I haven't started Overgrowth yet, but I really want to. And you know what's so funny is, so Kirsten just commented on one of my videos saying that I'm suddenly in my cozy reading kind of era. Meanwhile, she's been reading so much horror, and I was like, we have swapped places this year because around this time last year, I was reading all of the horror. Actually, this month, thanks to the Amazing Readathon, thanks to Brie, who is here, by the way. I am still here. I mean, I won't be here for very long. I'm not going to lie. We're probably going to wrap things up. But thanks to you from last year with the Amazing Readathon, it got me into my spooky kind of vibes. So I read Diavola, loved it. And I read a handful of other horror last summer that I really enjoyed. I did like a whole like horror vlog. And now I'm really not gravitating towards horror. And I'm like, Leandra, you have a couple on your list. If you read them, that might get you back into the genre. And Overgrowth is one of them. So I haven't read it yet, but I need to, and I think it'll be what brings me back into horror. I've just been doing a lot of rereads and a lot of cozy this year, which I think demonstrates what I need in 2025, apparently, at least thus far, because yeah, I never used to reread. Now I reread all the time, including this book. And then I'm also reading a lot of like comfort cozy stuff. It's wild. So anyways, thanks for asking, Louise, but I have to disappoint you. I haven't even read it yet. Starting Sunbringer. Ooh, Hillary, I hope you enjoy it. For me, that the final book in that series, Faithbreaker, the way it ended, I wanted so much more from it, even though I think I still gave it 4 stars. But anyways, yes, I'm still here, Brie. Hello. I'm not sure if you've wrapped up yet or not, because I know you started an hour after me. Where the Mountain Meets the Moon is beautiful. Okay, that's good to know. Wanting Ketterdam to live. Oh, my 6 of Crow dreams. Oh, gosh. Yeah, please, no more chaos. But guys, we're chilling. We are. This is a chill, Amazing Readathon. We're following the Pathfinders, I think, as far as mood. We got 10 days left. It's a marathon still, not a sprint. So don't worry. Take a breath. Please tell me your thoughts when you read Overgrowth. Oh my gosh, Brie, I will. I will. It's thanks to Brie that I even like Meyer Grant, Shannon McGuire. I'm even reading their stuff because Into the Drowning Deep is thanks to you. So I definitely will let you know. It's either an hour or 2, depending on your daylight saving. Yes. We keep swapping for sure. That's how it happens in the UK with my boss, because sometimes I'm an hour closer than I usually am. Y'all influence each other. Swapped friendship goals. Hello, Kirsten. Yes, as soon as I saw your comment, I was like, this is hilarious because, and not that read cozy stuff and you've obviously read horror. So it's not that we're new to these two things, but as far as capacity, we've definitely swapped. Like the volume of cozy versus the volume of horror. It's very interesting and shows that we go through phases, right? You know, just because you have certain staple genres, a lot of us read a variety of stuff. So yeah. Maybe there's enough real life horror going on to fill up your quota. Like truly, I think I just need the comfort. I need the escape in that way. Just with everything that's happening for sure. And just a busy life. Like I feel like this year has been super, super busy for me compared to others, which is hard to say because like I felt like last year was really busy too. So, you know, Overgrowth is definitely more quirky than Into the Drowning Deep. So it might still work for you, what you're gravitating towards right now. Okay. I kind of felt that with the synopsis, especially with the idea of the main character, to my understanding, is an alien and was telling everyone, I am from outer space. And everyone being like, yeah, whatever. And then when the aliens finally come, they're like, I told you. So I do feel like I have that vibe going on. Okay. That makes sense. I'm not a big rereader either. When I do, it's because it's been 3 or more years since I last looked it up. Yeah. So I want to say it probably isn't the same now because I had a really good month in May and some good books in April. But like half of my 5 stars this year had been from rereads, like, which is kind of crazy. And now it's changed because I'm not rereading as much and I've had quite a few new to me 5 stars. But there was a time where I was thinking, wow, I really needed these because clearly whatever I was picking up wasn't working. Had a meeting with one of my authors this afternoon. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I was like, I actually was wondering, I'm like, oh, should I be sending everyone to Brie after this? But then I didn't know how long you were going for either. I hope the meeting went well. That makes me more interested. Bumping Overgrowth up on my TBR. Yes. Also, Julie, we have to touch base because the Rushworth family plot, we got to confirm if we're buddy reading that in July or not, because I'm really excited for it. We don't have to, but I was trying to solidify what I'm reading in July, and I had that on the list as a possibility. I was thinking it would be a fall read before. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I know, right? It kind of feels like it could be the fall, but if there's like some quirkiness, and I just, for some reason, alien stuff, like even alien horror, whatever it is, it makes me think of summer. Isn't that kind of funny? Whereas like sci-fi horror that's a bit more like dark and brooding, like, I don't know, Dead Silence and that kind of stuff, that feels more fall. Also, Cold Eternity. Haven't seen anyone talk about that book. I'm not sure how it's been received because I know that Ghost Station was kind of a letdown for a lot of people. That's a book I've been meaning to read as well. Actually, right here. Oh my gosh, wait a second. What's so funny is, hold on, I have 3 books. Not all of them are horror, but I just forgot that Overgrowth. And then I also have Cold Eternity. And then I have this book called Psych by Fred Lunzer. That looks really interesting as well. But it's not horror, but I know it's like about AI like via psychology. It looks interesting. So those are 3 books that I have from the library right now. I actually don't have many books borrowed from the library at the moment. Very Little Shop of Horrors coded. Okay. So excited for Rushworth. Me too. It's going to be fun. But don't know when I'm going to read it. Louise, you and me both. You know what's going to happen? We're probably going to pick it up at around the same time because, yeah, it just feels like that's usually the case. Like when we all start talking about a book, suddenly we all end up picking it up around the same time. Oh, you think you're going to read Overgrowth for Summerween in July? Oh, yeah, so there's Summerween. Also, a huge shout to Brie Locked Booktition. Ended up announcing July Noir. I don't know if anyone else has seen that. I saw the announcement go live. I haven't watched it myself, but we all should go watch it because I think that will probably go hand in hand. It seems really fun. So yeah, I definitely need to check it out because it sounds like a great time. And Brie from the Locked Booktition is obviously just amazing. I want to read Cold Eternity as well, but I think I'll wait for more reviews to come in, right? That's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, I haven't heard anyone say anything, but I did end up borrowing it because as soon as it came in from my library, I was like, okay. Clearly also like sci-fi horror. Maybe that'll be my gateway back into horror because I also haven't been reading a lot of horror lately, but I've been reading a lot of sci-fi. And so I feel like maybe that's my way to get back into horror is to read sci-fi horror. We shall see though. But that's it, folks. I'm going to be wrapping it up here. I don't know if there's anyone else sprinting right now. I know that the Amazing Readathon is done for the day, and we've got sprints. Let me double check. Ooh, it looks like we don't have sprints until Sunday morning unless we get spontaneity sprints on Saturday. But yeah, thanks for hanging out with me, friends, for cheering me on as I read The Lost World. And a few of you joined me, which was super fun. And I hope I was able to keep you guys productive. But beyond that, I hope you guys have a great weekend. Enjoy it. Please take care of yourselves as well. Because, you know, the weekend is for recharging. It's for relaxing, treating ourselves, getting things in order before Monday comes around. All right. Bye, everybody. Have a good one.